Hello, everybody. Billy of Ace. I'm officially on spring break. Means I plan on doing a bunch of streams next week. But I have 3 appointments, and 2 of them happen right after, like, consecutively in terms of the days of the week. And one of them was an emergency appointment because I am currently having some tooth pain. Which I either have a cavity, kind of like deep within the tooth, or I cracked it due to clenching in my jaw. I have a bunch of soft things to consume. As well. Yeah. The appointment to adjust my toothache is on Tuesday. So in 3 days, I will be able to get the tooth pain addressed. But I was starting to have some pain around the time I started stream. So I decided to go into the bathroom and try to like use some, cotton pads. So that I hopefully would get any of the numbing gel unintentionally on my tongue. It did not work, for the record. But I had to remove it because the ads were over and I had to start yapping. But luckily, I'll definitely have enough of the Oragel, of my toothache cream. So I can apply it when I need to for my appointment. But yeah, because I was having, the tooth pain on Thursday when I did not have the Oragel. I wasn't able to get a lot of assignments done. I did not have a lot to do anyway. Let's just say that. Because, it's spring break now. And, we don't get a lot of assignments to do before spring break begins. We have no assignments at all, usually, during spring break. At least for me, I don't. But that won't stop me from working on a project. There's the diptych that I mentioned in the title of today's stream. For those who don't remember, so around January, like late January, I started working on some character designs for a project that isn't due until mid-April, like a few weeks before my semester ends, like 2 or 3 weeks before the semester ends. And these are the characters I made for it. They don't have names, I just refer to them as MA and PA, for modern artists and past artists respectively. And these are the thumbnails that I have currently. And along with that, I also have a floor plan for, you know, where some of this stuff is placed. I have downloaded some assets from the asset store. Which a good chunk of them are currently in here. I'll have to go find them, but which the assets include these 2 office chairs. Probably like during the intermission, I'm gonna quickly start working on organizing some of those assets outside of the download folder. But behold some of the progress I've made after our last stream when I was working on this PNG model. And because of the fact that I had to move some streams around for, you know, the sake of, you know, accommodating the appointments I have, because one of the appointments starts at 2 p.m. is like 2:30 something p.m., which is like during my streaming time. So obviously I can't really stream as I am, you know, at the allergist. And then I have the gotta go. Hope you have nice rest of the stream. I hope so. Go to Bimetal. Yeah, I have to go to the allergist on Monday. I have my emergency dental appointment on Tuesday. So I can hopefully address the tooth problem I'm currently having. And then I have PT on Thursday. I usually have them on Wednesdays, but due to circumstances, I can't really do that anymore. Just that. And also turn off the back hair. So I'm actually gonna turn down the opacity of that. And I'm gonna go take my Vyvanse. I probably need to get refilled. Hold sometime next week. I have enough to survive the rest of the semester. Right now, the only thing I have left to do for the PNG model over here is just this arm. I might do some toggles later on, but this should hopefully be enough for my intents and purposes. Not sure if I'm going to keep the fingers like this. I think I might. That's because I don't want to go back to working on any part of the gesture. I think I will make, that one change. And the reason why I'm drawing the fingernails is it kind of helps with the perspective a little bit. I can turn off the gesture. Now, left arm. Which I'm actually going to do this. Which is kind of like show. Oh. I was using the wrong pen. And that. Well, and this is to kind of like break up some of the monotony of what it would look like. Actually, make it bigger. Kinda like that. I probably should have done the tail on a separate layer, but oh well. I'm gonna... this. And this. Erase. Also, something I've been looking into a little recently has been Ren fairs. Which, for those who don't know, it's kind of like a festival, but... Hello, he! Also, hello, Shadow! Thank you for the bit. And also, hello, Shadow, I hope you're doing well. I am currently on spring break, but... alas, I have a toothache. Which... I possibly have a broken tooth. Whether it's a cavity or something caused by me clenching, I won't be able to figure out until Tuesday. But I hope you're doing better than I currently am. Well, that's good. Yeah. So I am drawing anyway, despite that, because that's what I planned in my schedule. Line art takes long. Let me do my inking. Yeah. I'm actually playing in Deltarune tomorrow. But speaking of that, soundbite. Which means I'll be ending chapter 3 and getting onto chapter 4. And I've been, I follow Toby Fox on Blue Sky. And been posting a bit about, chapter 5, so I think we're gonna get chapter 5 so much sooner than we thought. Of course, I'll wait until Toby Fox actually announces when chapter 5 will be releasing. Also, apparently the Jackenstein fight takes audio from fucking the Mario franchise. Which, I find extremely funny because Toby Fox has worked on Nintendo titles. Typically Pokemon, but it's still a Nintendo title. And feels very audacious. Use a soundbite from the publisher of a game you worked on that technically wasn't even yours. There's that, it's a different franchise that you have. Worked for. Make some very awesome music, might I add. actually still love Pokemon Violet and Scarlet. I still have yet to do a good amount of the DLC, but something I probably start working on during this summer break. Also, something I'm planning on doing around the tail end of my spring break. So around this time next week is I have a bunch of work in progresses for fanfiction that I have yet to actually finish. Soon, people will come into my house to be like, where is Mama Cat Megatron? Where are her babies? If anyone's wondering why there's a Mama Cat named Megatron in one of my fics, it's not even for Transformers. It's for a game called Twisted Wonderland. I actually have worked on fics for on stream. So, sometime last year. Which, for those who don't know what Twisted Wonderland is, it's actually a game by Disney, developed by the Japanese branch of Disney. And it follows the player as they are isekai'd via... Let's just say you get hit by a horse-drawn carriage and wake up in a coffin. That is not a joke. And you certainly have no way of returning to your world. So you have to deal with shenanigans with attractive guys who are based off of Disney villains. Disclaimer: you cannot romance them. The game is technically not an otome game. It's a different genre that basically means, you know, for women. It's like, basically... How can I explain this? The name of the genre escapes my head, but it's also a gacha game. It's basically, I know it's a Japanese word, but it directly translates to, like, it's basically a game that is marketed with, you know, women in mind. So, some of the events and character lines have romantic undertones. Even in the, you know, English adaptation. You know, there are some lines that are kind of like flirty, and they're also in some of the earlier events. Like, one of the earlier events is literally about a wedding. And one of the characters gets kidnapped to be a ghost groom, basically. I don't know, man, the events get kind of wild. And there is a gremlin of a cat. Technically, it's not a cat, but something else entirely, but he looks like a cat, so I call him a cat, and his name is Grim. Oh, right, ads. Those are starting soon. So, I'll let the ads run. And once ads are over, I'll go and continue working on this. But yeah. Yeah, a lot of the characters are very complex in the game. They have, complex lore, but ads have started, so I'm gonna stop for now. But this is almost done. Once I'm, done with it, I can export it to export all the parts that are just meant to be solid images. And then I can start messing around in PNG YouTuber Plus. And hopefully I'll be able to stream Skyrim without having to use my Fuki. But I actually plan on experimenting with the PNG model during my next Little Witch of the Woods stream. Is going to be the 15th. So in 8 days, I will debut that model. But I don't know if I'll continue working on any more of the rendering for the other two bangs I have to do for this model. Because I don't have the shading and the regular highlights, I just have the rim lights for that. The line art and the color. But everything else for the main part of the model is done. I don't know if I'm going to actually work on any of the goggles for today. I might not. I don't really feel like doing them. Just because I don't wanna. But yeah. Once ads are over, I shall continue doing the rendering for the sleeve. Anyway, welcome back from ads jail, everybody. So I can just do that for the shade. Then that. Then do this. I'll actually this as well. Is, some shading. Rendering. Yeah, so let me take care of that little gap. And I'd like to mention that I will eventually, start working on the project that I have to work on. I just want to take care of the main part of the model over here. Because, I want to start using it as quickly as I possibly can. Here. And here. Now. That and that. I'm not gonna add too much shading over on the sleeve. Just enough so that there's a bit of definition in some of the form. Now, the fun part can begin. Is to say, rendering. Because I am the artist over here. Then highlight over here. Just let me turn off the shading. So I can more easily do this. Also, hello, Edis. So let me fix the opacity of that. Now, gonna go ahead and go in with the blur. Once the blur on the rim light is done, then I can get started on the rim light for some of the shading. Not rim light. The blur. Not gonna be super dramatic with it. This is just to kind of like show a hint of softness. And part of the design over here. And do more blur. Anyway, go ahead and put on the main body, back hair and tail, save, and behold, the current progress of the model. There's still some parts that need working, which, actually, I have 18 minutes until intermission, so I think I can actually go ahead and work on some of the bangs over here. Which, first, let's go... 70%. And I'm gonna go ahead, use the selection pen in order to select the area that I want the shading to go. I'm gonna start off with this, then I just get started on the shading. Then we switch to the other hair color here. Put on pixel lock. Then we color in. Then we go another add glow, but this time it's gonna be, what is that? What was it? Empty. There we go. And I'm going to turn off the rim light. Let's look at this compared to that, which ended up being a little high up. I'm gonna move it down. Erase those parts. Then I will do a big erase. And we refine. Part won't be all that visible, but I'm still gonna do the thing that I usually do before the highlights anyway. Because I am the artist. And now with that done, we can blur everything. Now let's look at this. Put the front on and the back. Gonna stretch a little bit. But yeah. I'm not gonna make the model something too complex. I'm not gonna add too many expressions or anything along those lines. Because, you know, I don't feel like doing any of that. Hello, Usa! How are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm currently working on my new PNG jail. Which I have designed with a specific software in mind. Good, how am I? You probably know about my tooth pain, but I put some numbing cream on my gum, so it looks amazing. Yeah, I'm really proud of this. So it's probably not something I'm going to start doing any, like, I'm not going to make a listing on, like, VGen or anything for something like this. But this is probably going to take me about 6.5 hours total, just for the, you know, main part here. But yeah. Luckily, I do have an appointment on Tuesday. I will be able to hopefully get my tooth looked at and mayhaps even fixed. So I will have to update if, you know, I am not able to get it fixed and I have to get it done on a later date. Means possibly having to cancel another stream for the spring break. It's on. Add a glow. Let me hide that. Do hope it gets fixed properly. I hope so too. Because back on Thursday, the pain was just so bad that I could only get like 2 things done. I didn't even take any of my Vyvanse either. Which is what I usually do before I get started on any assignments. Unless I'm like, I can raw dog this one. And without having to, like, I can take this one without having to do any Vyvanse consumption. Which heavily depends on the assignment. But yeah. So right now, I'm kind of just waiting, and I'm counting the days until Tuesday for my tooth to get looked at. Yeah, I haven't had any major teeth issues for at least a year. Like, I've been pretty cavity free since, you know, after my whole post-braces removal debacle. Which, for those who don't know, when you get your braces removed, it's usually expected to have a bunch of cavities because you aren't able to clean all of your teeth due to the metal brackets that they literally glue onto each of your teeth and then put a wire through. So it's expected that you have a good amount of cavities. You eventually have to go to the dentist in order to get addressed and fixed. Which, you know, did take some time because, you know, shutdown and all that happened after my braces got removed. By the time you went by the dentist for a checkup / clean, they cracked your tooth and then refused to take accountability. So you had to pay to fix it? That's just... Holy shit! Holy medical malpractice! That's just... Ooh. Yikes, man. Yikes on trikes. Anyway, I think this is done. Here's what the closed eyes look like. And I also have closed mouth over here. I think I'm gonna add a little bit of more rim light to the main body. Specifically over here on the pantalones. Yeah, that feels like something you have to complain to the dentist board about. Like, hey, this clinic, they cracked my tooth and they refused to be accountable for cracking my tooth, and I had to pay in order for that tooth to be fixed because of this previous dentist's mistake. Oops. All right. Now, did you already had a crack in your tooth when you went for the checkup? If you had a crack in your tooth, why didn't they point it out in the first place? Yeah, why didn't they? That's just really weird. They, didn't mention it at the very beginning. It feels like they may have done that just so they could get more money from you. And luckily, the only bad experience I've really had, as far as I remember, with dentists is just shitty receptionists. Which led to my mom switching into the current dentist that I use. But yeah. I think this is... We went there before. The dentist was an older guy who knew what he was doing, but this time he went and his daughter took over and was inexperienced. Yikes. Well, hopefully you have found a dentist that, is more experienced and, Also, I feel like the father of the daughter should have stayed a little longer because of his daughter's inexperience. But anyway, this is the current PNG model. I will have to export a bunch of this stuff individually. Don't want to sound like that type of person because experience comes with time, but at least have someone overseeing her. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so that is done. I'm probably going to export all the parts for that off stream. Her sister was really young too? Oh, you really got dealt a bad hand. But anyway, next thing I'm going to be working on is actually this, which is technically for one of my classes. But you did. But yeah, so the next thing I'm going to work on after the intermission, which is going to happen in like 2 minutes, is I'm going to be working on this bad boy. Like, actually properly starting it. Which, to explain what this is this is a class project for my art history class. And basically, it's the creative project. The first project, which was the museum project, was due earlier in the year. Earlier in this month, which I submitted that a few weeks early. And there were a few different types of projects that you could do, but the one I chose is to make a work that responds to, art of the past. And I took the previous class from this same professor, I'm pretty sure, because I remember having the same exact project a few years ago. But this is what I did for that. I'd like to mention that this was around when I was still figuring out Clip Studio Paint. This was before I had the Kung Pao penis pen. But anyway, I'll go ahead and start the intermission now. And once I'm back, I'll get started on the 3D stuff. Woohoo. Yes, the Kung-Pao penis pen. It is what I named my line art pen. It's a Tumblr reference. But anyway, see y'all in a few minutes! Welcome back! It is officially time for me to get started on this bad boy. So the width is gonna be 3,000 by 5,000. So it's gonna be pretty big. And now I have to go I'm gonna move this over here so that it's easier for me to look at everything on my end. Which this is a plane. I'm going to edit certain aspects of the plane. Right, the thrash machine. I'm not going to apply a light source to this. But I'm going to add a color. Is gonna be this. Actually, hold on. But I'll just keep it that. So, the reason I am using a whole, this is because of the setup that I have for the also going to modify the position of this as well. And here I have the top-down view of the whole thing, but I'll go ahead and I think I'll grab the cube. I'll grab this cube. I'm going to compress it. And I think this is a pretty good scale for this to be at. Move this over. And this is going to be the main know, thing that is shown. And I'm going to mention this. And thing I'm going to mention is that the angle is probably going to be pretty complex. I think I might do like this, but also slightly upward. Cheese, yes, cheese. So the angle is probably going to be something like this. Crazy work. Yeah, but that is the name of this pen. No, over here. Because I am clearly an insane individual. But now I'm going to go and work more a little bit on some of the transformation. Which I'll have that be pretty tall. Also, you can plop textures onto these. So right now, it looks a little wonky. But this is so close to a filly, you can smell the furclings brewing in your floorboards. Indeed. But I'm going to mention that I have this as my floorboard for the project. For here. Which I also have, you know, office chair. I'm gonna face over here. That means I also gotta put this down. Wee 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 woo. Wee 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 woo. Wee 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 woo. Wee woo. Wee wee woo. I got distracted. I just thought that I could just wash and stretch this, and I just had to have a little bit of fun. Well. I gotta go playing in Red Dead Redemption 2. Good luck with Red Dead Redemption 2. Now I need to locate the drawing tablet. So, put some of these things into the 3D. There. So, this is an auto action. This is a 3D object. Along with this, that. This is also an auto action. There you go. Pop in. All those poses. CD. The object. The object. The object. Those are a bunch of poses. And I also have some palettes I need to put in. Oh, that's an auto action. Quickly go. I need to do more organization. All the assets I currently have here. I can figure all that out later. Now I just need to go into 3D. And see if I remembered to actually download the thing. I have a machete. Alright, I also have this eye placement thing. Which... I have so many 3D assets. Why do I have so many of them? I don't remember why I have so many. Oh, I didn't realize I have this as well. I gotta go and favorite that real quick. I can remember it later. Go and find that drawing tablet again. What? Why is it so big? Hello? Hello, you are not meant to be this big. I need to make you smaller. Why is it so big? Like, hello? Why are you so large? You need to be moved. Alright. That's what she said! Alright, I think I have moved this around enough. Alright. Let's go ahead and rotate. That bad boy. Right. Alright. I gotta move this up more. I have to figure out how to make sure it's not floating. Bitch. I have to go move the... If it'll let me. Right. has allowed me to move it, I think is very nice and dandy of it to allow me. But now I'll have to figure out how to get this at a higher angle. Which means I'll likely have to go back into here. And do that. Now move that over. But I think this is pretty decent for now. Now let me just go back to these. So now I might have to go and copy and paste. I'll have to go duplicate that. Then move it down. Then there. Now there is more of a thing to do. Now I think I might move this over there. So now I think I need to go I may have accidentally did something. Right. So now I think I'm going to go. I'm gonna go ahead. Fuck. Save as. And I forgot to actually start a speed paint for this, but honestly, I think this would be kind of boring for my professor to look through. So I'm just not gonna bother. I'll probably make a PNG of the 3D assets so that she can, look at it and, I can consider that partially as proof of me not using AI. You can't really use AI. I honestly wouldn't even use it at all if I could. Which is very easy for me to not use when it comes to actually doing creative stuff. Reference gathering is a whole nother beast. But anyway, ads are starting, so I'm gonna get up and stretch. Then I can tackle this. This being, the rest of the, 3D asset stuff. Oh? Right. In love, there is 2 minutes left on the advertisement. I think one thing I might do for this is I'm taking a screenshot of my of Clip Studio Paint on a blank file. Because, I feel like that would add a bit of, realism. This, have the extra detail of the character is actually working on something. But, yeah. Stuffy nose, huh? I think after sometime around the intermission time, I might start it early so I can use the bathroom and then eat something. Something self as a treat. But I'll have to go and welcome back from ads, everyone. So I'm likely gonna have to acquire more of my 3D assets. I'm gonna go ahead and actually gonna go do something else real quick. I'm going to add a new folder. And I'm gonna name that hairbrushes. And y'all will figure out why very quickly. Now, Download the post. Alright. Alright. Now with that done, I can go ahead and grab another jig. Why has it taken over the screen? You are not meant to be this large. Right. Let's put it back. Transform. Oh. All right. Arm. No. Grab everything. And rotate. Now board. Monitor. I think I might. I'll remove that quickly for a moment. I think I'll widen up the there. And I think I'll also make it a little taller. I'll also do the same for the keyboard. In terms of making it a little taller. Rotate this. Now, to bring this forward. I'm not actually sure what I'll have the, screen here display. But perhaps I will have it over perhaps over here. In a little. I'll move it here. Actually, I'll just conceal it and not worry about it. Just assume that's probably like off screen or something. But I think this is pretty good for my intents and purposes. Now I have to figure out the camera position and all that. I'll go ahead, save that for now. So I might be able to do this. Then I have to figure out how to move the camera a little to the left, to the right. so that everything can be shown. Everything that I want to be shown will be shown. Right? Go. Now, I think I'll move this a little bit over there. I think I'm going to widen this a little. Now I need to go into 3D drawing figure. Rotate. Forward. I'm actually gonna go into the poses. And I think I'll start off with that as the initial pose. And move her over. And now I can go ahead and start twisting figure. A little bit. Which I'm actually gonna go and modify that a little bit. And I'll just that a little bit. Now I have to figure out how I'm going to do this lean. Like a bit of a ouch. Then I'll pull this arm forward. And this can go down. Now rotate. Continue to rotate. Right. Gotta... I can move that. Then move her. see. Oh. I have to figure out more of the lighting and stuff. This. But I think right now I've figured out a good way of doing everything. I can cross out the asset placement from my to-do list. So I'm gonna save. Then I'm going to close this. And I'm actually gonna start the intermission early because I am a little hungry, a little famished, and need to eat. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. I was actually back for a little bit, but I was eating a Swiss roll. Two of them actually, because hunger. Weeba! Weeba! But now, I think I'm gonna go ahead. I just realized that I put this in as past artist instead of the modern artist for the file name. That is a bit of an oopsie, if I may say so myself. But now, I think so depending on the angle that I use, I might have to add, so for context, the modern artist design, I have this as past artist for some reason. I'm actually going to go quickly rename that. Drawings. Assignments. View extra large icons. Rename. Modern artist part. I can hear my brother raging, for he is also live. And no, I'm not raiding into him. So I think now I'm going to go select another primitive. Is to say, more cube. Which I move this over. Oops. I did not mean to do a rotate. Now, let's put that on the ground. Plug that right up to there. Then press that. So for this, I'm gonna have it to be, there's going to be 4 of those. And that's not really gonna show up. That's because I need to Directional light 2. Electric Boogaloo. And I'm going to go into the primitive. Actually, gonna make it a dark gray. No. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use my sketch pen. I'm going to make that kind of mark. So I'm actually gonna tilt that head. Now go down to my favorites. Okay, where are the... Oh, there they are. Now... Object list. Let's go and transform. Actually, hold on. If I... I have to replace it. And... So... Gonna... Select that character. Then... Gonna... Like that. Move it over. I'll go ahead and move up to scale. And right. Now let's go. Move this out. No. Did not mean to move the lens. Right. Now transform. 0.5. 0.5? 2. I think that works. Object. Now I need to rotate this till the align. Now gotta make sure I select that. And further down. Right? Wait, no. I think this might be good enough. But I can do that, I think. I'm gonna put that pelvis. I think, yeah, I can tilt the pelvis. This is taking a very long time, I am fully aware. Honestly, this part is not going to be visible at all. You know, in the actual drawing. But should I even be spending all this time working on, you know, the 3D part for this whole thing? Probably not. Am I still doing it because I want to make sure this is as perfect as I can make it? Yes. So I think this might be a good angle. That real quick. Good luck with my assignment. You're gonna take a nap because your head hurts. Understandable. Hopefully your head stops hurting eventually. How long did I work on this? An hour. Slightly over an hour. Hopefully, yeah. If you need to, take ibuprofen or whatever pain medicine you have, and also make sure to keep hydrated. Ayusa! Now I'm gonna go into hand pose. It still hurts when you wake up, you'll take some meds? Yep. And just in case, it's as well, if there's still, sometimes eating can be the best way to help with a migraine. It all depends, of course. But yeah. I'm gonna see if I have a phone asset I can use. It appears I don't have a phone asset. Which... Gonna save this. Close it. Then I'm gonna go search in the asset store. Phone. Download. Now I gotta wait for that to download, but ads are starting pretty soon, so I think I'll take that as an opportunity to take a break. But yeah. I think at this point I can delete this. Then I'll have to figure out the design. But yeah. He has... Right. It's currently downloading. But yeah. Once that is done downloading and ads are over, I'll inflict that upon the 3D model concepting. And then I might get started on have a gesture of the character here. He doesn't have an actual name because I'm probably never going to use her again after this. But who knows? I might end up using her eventually. I might not. That all depends on what I end up doing in the future. But right, it is now done. Let's open this back up. Right? Now... That was a little freaky. Okay. Hello? Oof. Thank you. Right. Agile has started. My deepest Toyota condolences. But let me go into the object list. I'll turn off the plane for now. But sure, I have all of it selected. Now, make that red. For now. Now let's make sure I have all of it selected once again. Now I'm gonna lock some of these so I don't accidentally mess up anything. Anyway, welcome back from ads, everyone. Right? I think I'm also going to do something else. Maybe with the hand. I'm not fully sure. Right now, I think... yeah. I should. I'll do... Diane? And... I'm actually gonna start off doing some more of the asset stuff. I actually might Go ahead and make this smaller. And then I'll save this. 3D. Pose. Yeah, I think one of these days I might do a stream where I'm kind of just, you know, working entirely on some kind of project that I'm... No, probably not project. But maybe instead... just working on... Oh, hello, Ferk! Yes, hello! Thank you for the raid. My name is Skelly. I am a Dragon Fairy VTuber. I do a variety of content, which includes drawing, usually, which is what I'm doing right now. I am you know, I tend to do a lot of drawing, writing, and even gaming, which is what I plan on doing tomorrow. While live. But yeah. I hope y'all enjoy your stay. If you need to raid and run, I totally understand. And I've had to do that plenty of times myself. But I actually do raid people, that is. I know, my memory's kind of bad. I don't remember the last time I actually raided anyone. It's probably a sign that I might need to raid someone in the future. Eventually. Yes, I hope y'all are doing alright. Right now, I am just working on a project for one of my classes. Which, for anyone wondering, Skelly, why are you working on a project? Isn't it spring break for you? You only stream for funny clips for a video idea where you have a compilation of all the Mr. Ferk's funny Red Dead Redemption 2 moments. I see. Good luck with that. But right now, I am working on certain things. Starting my project for one of my classes. Is for those who don't know this about me, sometimes if I think I can do it without doxing myself, I will sometimes work on assignments while live on stream. This is mostly so that I can remember to get certain things done on time. Because I have a tendency to forget to do certain things. Luckily, I've been able to be on top of my assignment work over the past few years. But sometimes I just feel like, especially since I'm an art major and I also stream myself drawing, I feel like, this streaming myself doing my art stuff helps me with, getting my art stuff done for my assignment. Anyway, now the thing that I am doing is I am setting up for the project that I'm currently doing. Which is a project for my art history class where I have to make a piece that responds to art of the past. And right now I am trying to do a little bit of prep work in terms of the 3D assets that I can get everything done as smoothly as I can. And without too much difficulty. Is to say, for lack of better words, the thing I'm doing right now is technically for a grade. That is, of course, if I'm able to submit it on time. And you also have an 8-hour stream you have to go through and pick all the funny parts from. I see, good luck with that. I can't imagine having to stream for a whole 8 hours and then having to peruse through that whole stream in order to find suitable clips. For, the channel I have. I just don't think I could ever figure out how to do that. But right now, I'm just doing this. I mean, to be fair, I also don't really stream to, get clout and stuff. For anyone who wonders why I stream in the first place, and also don't really do a lot of marketing for my streams, it's because I'm just doing this for fun. It's a way to occupy myself when I don't have assignments and the like, and it also helps me keep a routine for whenever I eventually get employed. So I don't fully forget what it's like to, have to do things. In a certain amount of time. Yeah, I probably should save this. Then, load in a new model or something like that. But I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit of this to her head so she doesn't look too bald. But yeah, I wish you luck in perusing your VOD for clips that you can use. Yeah, I'm also gonna use this project as a way to like experiment a little with some of the things that I have available to me in this software, but I don't really use for whatever reason. See, because I just have yet to really bother. Any of it. But gonna go. I think I'm gonna grab the brown from here and just brown, not the blue. I'm gonna go and add it to the lower half of her body over here. Of course, this is just so I know where everything can be placed. I'll also use this for the feet. Likelihood of it even being shown in the first place is pretty slim. I'm gonna just pretend she's like wearing socks. Something. And now I think I'm going to Alright, Alright, so now that is done. Which... I'm going to eventually figure out what angle I'll do this with. And... I'll unlock everything. And just... move it up. So let's look at this right now. It is. Now, I'm going to go ahead. Get a little bigger. And I think I'm gonna lock it now. Now, I'm going to go into the additional color set. I'm going to... Actually, I think I'll make the color of the walls is really different from the like everything. But I'm actually gonna go ahead and hold on. Add that. And I'll go ahead and make a vector layer for that. That I can easily modify if I need to. I'm going to go back to the colors here, and I'm going to make that the color of the wall line. Well, no, not wall line, the ceiling. And a good amount of this is probably going to be a bunch of perspective and the like. Then I'll go ahead and add the desk as well. I add texture to this to make it kind of look like a popcorn ceiling, but I'm not fully sure. As we're starting in about 2.5 minutes, so once that happens, I'll go and do my whole intermission shebang. Because of course. And I'm going to use black. And do that. And this. Yeah, ad break will start soon. Hi, Magda. Magda has decided that she is going to say hi. Because she's a silly little ubu baby. And she deserves a hello. Hello, Magda. How are you? You guys decided it's Magda time. And I'll also add another. The drawers. And I'll save that. I'll see y'all in a few minutes. I'm back. Did some walking. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go refill my water. Just in case. Hello. More water in my water bottle. Water bottle. Ow! Go ahead and I'm actually gonna do this. Now, what are you doing? That, then that. So, I'm going to use furry color. Magda is checking for something. Not fully sure what. Trying to leave my room, of course. Girl. Begging for oh, she wants you first. Her. Back in her box. Over here. Her up. Right. So now, I'm actually gonna grab a. So let me. Grab a lighter color. That is gonna be like the underside. It's shaded anyway. I could make it into a cool tone thing. But now I'm going to grab that. Then that. It. And alright, I'll go. Has left my room a little goyle. So I'm gonna turn this off. I'm going to saturate that. Or not desaturate. Lower the opacity. Then I can put it down. And I can grab another. Down. And also move that over. So I can merge those layers together. Then it looks like this. Now you look at my do that. Wait, no. The copy paste. No, I really do that. Do that. And unlock this so that I can go into this. That. Then lock it again. Now down. Down again. And erase and replace the old line. I don't remember what kind of angle this is. I don't think it really matters anyway. And I'll go ahead and use those two colors. Bam. And bam, bam, bam. Now, I'm not fully sure what I'm going to be doing with, the character here. But I'm going to turn off the desk layer. I'm going to go magenta. For the sake of this. It and that. And I should have placed hole as well. Oh well. I'm also going to add the fluff over here. And I think where the mold's gonna be. And go. I might probably when I do the line art stuff, the proper sketch for this, I will have her eyes a little more, her hair a little more down. But yeah. And I have to mention that once the art here is done, I am probably going to, no, not line art. Once the sketch here is done, when I get to the second pass of the sketch, it's likely that I'm going to end up doing the sketch a little more loosely. And right now it is relatively loose. At least compared to, at least in certain parts. But I think before I actually start on the character here, I might go and begin. I might start off specifically with the. No. The rest of the background first. Oh, and also the chair. You can never forget the chair. And here's what it currently looks like. But I'll turn those off. I might need to do a little bit of a layer thing over here. That it, you know, looks consistent and I don't do any accidental clipping of anything. Let's do all that. That and, you know, because of how big this canvas is, I'm likely going to end up, you know, adding extra detail that I usually wouldn't. I might add a little bit of a lip over here. And maybe a little bit of other details. Yeah. That's probably something I'll do. Also, I might add extra details to the glasses as well. Depending on how whimsical I feel. That will, of course, depend on what I feel like doing and what I don't feel like doing. So here's the current progress. I should probably add the nail here. I'm actually going to start off doing a colorway. For everything here. But ads are starting soon. Have to out. Yeah, this colorway slash color concept is going to be very messy. It's just so I have something. So that I know how colors might look. So in the finished result. I completely forgot. Also, Agile has officially started as well. Continue working on the colorway over here. Size of that. Of course, I will continue to do more of my stylization. So, go ahead, do all that. But I'll go ahead and finish all the colorway stuff. And the reason why I'm doing the colorway slash figuring out the colors right now is simply because I just think it might be a good idea to start doing that. And once ads are over, I will kind of like cap some more and explain everything. I'm probably gonna do... Anyway, welcome back. So, next time I will likely continue working on this is going to be the Friday. Because on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, I of course have a bunch of things that I have to do, like appointments. Appointments are kind of important. That. But yeah. Now I'm gonna go fine. And let me go ahead, do the sclera. On both eyes. go ahead and do that as well. Now, where's the color palette? So I have this. I also have this. So, primer for fingernails. For the current moment, that is a temporary color until I until I figure out if I want to actually do painted nails or not. I'm gonna add a little highlight here. Then I'll go turn on a little bit of shading as well. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to figure out some of this stuff before I actually get started on, you know, anything too major. And I might work on this off stream during the days that I have my appointments as well, along with, you know, some of the fanfic I've been working on steadily over the past few months. Of course, I plan on adding some highlights as well. I'm just not fully sure where exactly they're gonna go just yet. And I also need to figure out what color I'll make the bone here. I might make it teal. But there is a bunch of teal already in the whole piece. So I might have to switch it with a different color so that it can further. Oh, it can like bring the eyes toward the artist. But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Yeah. Maybe it's about to end in about 18 minutes. So, yeah. So I'll continue to do this. Now I'm gonna go and start working on air shading. Which there are going to be, from what I remember working on this, there's going to be 2 sources of light. Or more 3, if I actually remember to draw in a window. So first thing is the drawing tablet. That's kind of in front. Second would be a window that is more directly facing her. And 3, there's going to be the phone. And the phone will not be as bright, but the... No. It will be bright enough to kind of show up on the lenses over there. But other than that, not super duper visible. But yeah. This is just so I have an idea as to what I'm doing when I actually start going through with all the rendering. Because right now, I'm not fully sure as to what I'll do with the rendering just yet. Yeah, I'm just going to block where all the color is gonna go. That includes some of the shading as well. But yeah. Now I'm gonna go in with a light color. Will do. I'm gonna go and place this where some of the highlight is gonna be. Well, at least some rim light is gonna be here. And I might add a little bit of subsurface scattering as well. Notice it's gonna be highlighted because, you know, the phone screen brightness. Gonna be there. But yeah. I'll also add some over here. Yeah, this is not going to be the final product or what it looks like in the end. This is kind of just a concept as to what it's eventually going to look like once it's actually done. I just realized that the color here is a little too close to the pants in terms of color. I might need to go change that. I have to go to get to that. I'll add that too. Just add little extra things. Kind of like sell the idea. Also, I completely didn't realize I forgot to draw the rest of the phone. Oops. Also, I'll probably save an image of the, 3D idea. The placement of all the 3D objects. That is an appropriate length for the phone. Yeah. So, as we are approaching the end of stream, I'm going to go ahead and explain what I'll be doing tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a Deltarune day. And we'll be trying to finish Chapter 3. Well, I'll be trying to finish Chapter 3 to the best of my ability. And probably doing a little bit of Chapter 4 as well. It's gonna be quite a doozy. Need to do. While live. Simply due to all of the lore and all of the various things that happened. I've managed to avoid any super duper major spoilers in terms of some of things. But that might change. That's going to change tomorrow once I actually go through playing the game. So yeah, this is the current progress as to what I have done. And for the drawing, I will likely end up doing some overlays when this is done, so that she blends a little more into her surroundings. And I might make these here be more desaturated in color, so that the main focus is on the main figure here. But yeah, I'm tired. I'm a little exhausted from the drawing and all that stuff. I just want to go and chill, play Infinity Nikki and all that. Also do some other things. So yeah. Next stream will be tomorrow. There won't be any streams after tomorrow for 2 days. Then I'll be writing the second to last arc, Dahlia Kokinea. Then I'll have my PT appointment on Thursday. I won't be live that time. Well, that day. Friday, I'll be... No, not Friday. Yeah, Friday. Friday, I'll likely continue working on this. next Saturday, I'll be focused on writing some of the fanfic that I have yet to finish working on. And then Sunday, May the 15th, will be Little Witch in the Woods, where I test out my PNG model that I was making during the beginning of stream. But anyway, I hope y'all had fun watching me. Or if you were watching me as you were doing some stuff, I hope you were able to do the things you wanted to do. But I am gonna see y'all tomorrow. Bye!